Morning, good morning stream recording. I'm gonna forget about you guys in terms of narrating. I don't always feel like talking, so enjoy the gamble. Okay, what are we doing right now? We'd like to mask out the underside of fur here. Just debating on how it should work because I like the strand look here. I think it looks pretty good. I'd like it to blend a little bit better. This feels quite noticeable there. And I can get it to blend nicer. That looks good, except for the back here. These little curved portions. It's pretty noticeable on some of them. So I'm thinking of making a mask. What I would want is for it to, like if we had an edge here, and it just unwrapped itself like this way. So we'd get it on the UV space, going like that. That way I could make it seamless. That would be cool, but that sounds complicated. We don't have time for that. So what I'm thinking of doing instead is creating a mask here on the tip. Let's just keep it real simple, just on proximity. So we'll have a fall off going this way from this end to this end, and then we should be able to control it. Probably like right there. Way. Have it fade out. It's really all I can think to do. There'll be a harsher edge on the inside. That's okay. You know, I actually will keep this here. It'd be good for me to start drawing. This out like that. Sorry, would be a little attentive about this. I actually think it's a great idea to record my notes to myself because I do tend to lose track of the logic I made. Something like that. Okay, fall off. So go here. Oh my goodness. Hello, Theo. And what we'll do is we are setting the vertex colors. I believe we have some open channels in the vertex color shader that we can access down here. In vertex colors, see we have our channels. We're going to shoot for the blue. GB. Okay. What color we really already have. Wish I could visualize this a little bit better. I can. I'm going to make a plane really quick. Add a material to it. Sorry, I'm spacing it. Material. We'll call this tail. And I'll leave it there for now. It's a little laggy. This will be our material that we're going to use. I should use actual grease pencils for these drawings. That way I can save the objects for additional reference down the line. tail test. And we'll add a set material. Here. Material. Tail test. Bada boom. We'll also split this. Add in our, you know what? I think I already have it up here. So we'd like to see those colors. We are writing to the color attribute in our object here. But it's a curve, so I don't have access to it through normal data. It would be just directly through writing it. Color. So what we'll do is just type it in. Or no, sorry. We'll add it to our little object here. Yeah. Good. All right, so now we can see the color. You know what? I'm going in solid color. That way I can see it. So clearly it's red. It seems to be the color that's actually getting added to it. No other colors so far. So again, we're going to shoot for adding. We're going to blend it and then fade it out on the tip. For most of them, some of them it'll look okay. Well, it's just for the Misa. We want the glow. The glow won't change. The glow won't change. Got a key to my ear. So we said we'd use blue. So we're going to blend in blue on this. So we should see purple at the tip and then transitioning to red in the middle. So let's make a node. And I'm going to disable outline. Maybe cursor as well. Distracting. All right. La 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 la. New geometry node. Say blend vertex color by beautiful name. So what do we do? We're going to store a named attribute that will be color on base corners. We'll name it color. And what we'll do first is get the attribute. Bada boom of the same name, color. Scooch this over. Theo's laying on my hand. And we're gonna mix the color. What I'll do actually is just separate XYZ, or no, separate color. Line color. Let's drag these over at first. One thing we'll do is on the blue, max it and plug it back in. Okay, and we can see we have a little bit of fall off. Actually, we're not doing any mixing of any kind right now. So we'll mix again, mix color. And what we'll do, you know, sorry, this is a little too complicated. I would just want to have the attribute and then an input color, then the factor, and some sort of color ramp. Add a color ramp to the input now. Would be amazing. Color here. Let's see, can I do that? Input, float, subtype, color temperature. There's a way to do that. But I don't know. Maybe it's the enclosure thing. Don't know enough to say. I guess we'll just do unmap to start with. That'd be best. Right, hello Arctic, welcome. Do min, x. And sorry, that should have been for the factor. Right, yeah, we'll actually need to totally map the range anyway. Position. Bounding box. To extract the y value. So we take the max, we subtract it, subtract the min from it. Need to plug in the geometry. Actually, no. We would just do min, max, and position. We can see the fall off. We just need to swap the colors. And so now we can, oh, sorry, now that was totally correct. We just need to actually give it a color to blend it. And we'll do, I'm sorry, red and blue. So 1 and 1. So now we can see that. Then we have this to min and max, so we should be able to push it in. -0.5. A little bit more, -0.6. -0.6. Or just do -1. Okay, that's like right at half. What if I have to keep this 0? Nope. 2. 1. I think that's perfect. Okay, so now we've encoded this other channel. Hang out, but stay still. What are you doing? Huh? Oh, good morning, Arctic. Hello. Already said hi. I'm a little distracted. I'm getting attacked by a cat. What are you doing, huh? He's being good. Good boy. Okay, let's drop this on all the other tufts here. So I'm going to go to layout. We can take our notes, annotations, and we'll take gradient and hide the main tail. We have just these objects, and copy this select. And just to visualize really quick, we'll also copy this one. We're pretty good except for this one here. That's probably because the origin is way over here. Object, origin 3D cursor. Oh, then it must be scale. Curious. I'm just going to get rid of that. That's something issue with the prior one. And then we'll just store vertex colors. And we'll put that above, set it to so. Now that looks correct. Go on vertex colors. Great. Let's get rid of the set material. might take that back actually. I would like to have the set material on. That way I can turn them on and off as needed. Beautiful. Okay, so now we have this additional mask in the vertex colors. We're going to violet. Let's call this one. And we'll put that in tail components. Okay. You know what? We can test that here first. So let's actually go back to tail curves and tail curve mate. Open up our shader. Here, right there. And we want to mix out. I don't know what whatever. Just make it black for now. And put that in here. Add in our color. No mesh in selections. That's why we needed our little curve object, which this time we'll just put on actual tail here material. It's easy to select. Color, set color. Just want to look at the blue. That'll be our factor. Let's actually just look. Okay. So we see that there is a mask. We're still seeing this. Oh, it's a little confusing. So that's the normal, right? Yeah. Cool. All right, so it should look basically like this. I think I may have to attribute some of these other errors to simply Blender not properly handling the missing mesh here because this is a curve object. Working on the one we have selected, not any of the others. So I'm guessing that won't be an artifact we see in Unity. Just a Blender only thing. Okay, so we have this on all of them. Perfect. Let's give it a shot in Unity. So I'm going to frame 0, update compose, using my update selected, which is my custom add-on, which combines all my collections together. All right, there we go. We might actually blend out that Aniso on the base of the tail too. You know, I know I'm going to do that, so let's do that as well. So let's look at the main one here. As we're going to add just this one here, set the material, and we're going to flip these one. Interesting. Confused by this mapping. Hmm. You know what? Actually, just gonna there's no reason to even use the original color. Let's set it to red. Five, be right here. A little goofy. most red at the bottom. That's all I got. Okay. So now that should work. Oh. This one. Ah, should see it here. Color. Submerge. Okay, set it back to frame 0. Update. Loading. Forever. Here, stay. Sure if I trust this shader to be working properly here. So I know I added those colors. Do I have anything overriding the colors on the merged version? We have the blend normals operation, data transfer, vertex groups. It's just break data. That's just normals. Oh, load. One minute. 1 minute too long. pre-mask on our Aniso, which would be 4B. 4B. Interesting. So it is masking a little. Oh, you know what? I should just view this. In Vertex Paint. It's a crash. Oh, there we go. It'd be blue, bright blue. Oh, it's this. This is the issue. This other attribute is getting added. Well, another minute 30. I hate exporting at this stage. It takes so long. Still not blending it out. That is, oh, right. I always forget every time. So the Aniso's fine. It's the normal map. Let's keep it out, not the Aniso. Okay. What we were doing up here a little while ago. 4B. So we want to invert that. Wrong way. Why not invert it? Here. 4B. Place mask channel. Global mask, but no invert. Back here then. Once more to the curves. No, I think maybe it's the other one I should swap. Can't copy it in such a way. Let's have to copy this here. Oh, that's rough. No thanks. All right, more than good enough. I'd like to see this material in here as well. For that. Reload. And we're just chilling for a bit. Let's see what I did. Ooh. I really hope one day we can export shape keys from geometry nodes. I don't understand how. We literally have a vector point attribute geonodes. It is the same thing at the end of the day. Just it's that. Save. Okay, so there are definitely some normal mapping errors. Bummer. And the main strand I have backwards. Getting there though. It's gonna work really, it's just your patience a lot of the time. We do have some really good looking normal maps here, or normals on the geometry. And right here. So why just not? Is this the normal? Or is it a masking issue? Need a faster computer. It's like geometry issues. Just testing by slapping another material on for a second. No. I mean, it's got an aliased edge, so it probably is a texture issue. No. Sure looks like a normal. Let's look at the body file. We do have import blend shapes, legacy blend shapes, normals, import normal mode. Oh. So not that. Kind of a fun effect on the tail. We are just this one. Just the kind of the tips of these ones. Ah, we can see this stretching here. Must be the mask. We can see a very similar issue here. Why can't we see it? Maybe we are seeing it in this mesh mode, but it's a little hard to recognize. Let us, yeah, okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're actually gonna mirror the model and we're gonna slice it. So this way. I'm very curious to see if that will make a difference. Here we go. I can see this now. Okay, so it must. Get rid of the mirror for right now. Or make sure I'm clicking the right thing. Sample nearest surface, surface normals. Fight the issue. UV map. little frustrating. What can I do about that? Because it's a curve, so I can't add my data transfer. That's why I used the modifier, but that's breaking. Let's try just going to the low poly really quick. And we'll generate data transfer. And we'll put it on main. Can't even sample it. Are we sure it's not just... It's still there? Okay, well, if it's still there, then... This one's close, but I guess it's not really the real issue. Hmm. It's the subdivision? That's quite surprising, to be honest. Huh. It's the taper radius. Hmm. Shit. I wouldn't have expected that to be an issue. Maybe it's that particular subdivision? Because that looks good now. Okay, well, it all looks that good at start. Why don't I... Where does it mess up? What is this one? All right, subdivision's fine. Good. It's definitely this one here. Sample nearest surface UV map. I would really like that one though. Okay. One other option. New collection. New strands. All right. This. Put all these there. Tail low. Switch to tail curve. Main. Duplicate this one. Get rid of these options. Switch this one to the strands. Then hit that with data transfer. Base corner. UVs. Here's face interpolated. Okay. That looks very mildly better. But a little bit better. It's still messing up though. These are getting flipped or something. Ooh, okay, that is so much better. Projected face interpolated. Okay, perfection. That's what we want. So we'll call this tail low, tail strands. Okay. And thankfully our setup here to bake them does not care if we change that folder or not. Update. Okay, very cool. Loaded. Oh, and save. Thank goodness. What the? Just a little bit of crunch. How'd that mess up the hair? No, that must be the mask I added. I haven't touched the mask on here yet, so can I rotate the moon? It's rotated normally here. Skill test. Beautiful. Okay. That was nice and quick. Loading. Loading. We want to see if we can absorb color exactly as it is, exactly as it's coming in. I think I'm just getting rid of the color altogether of the strand. Yeah. Might look a little unnatural, but this is just not looking well. Looks good on the hair with when we get the grooves up there. This is not so good. So keep it real simple. Tools to add things, not in ways to take them. Clicky, 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 clack. could have. Right, so I messed up my. That's why I was inverted. Earlier is when I had my shader editor. This must be a wrong inversion. Why can't I adjust the normals? It just means that we'll do it a different way. We'll get rid of the geometry input and just add tail curve strands in here. I'll work with curves. Find geo objects using my modifier. That is a site. Two of those. Just add. This to it because it's a geo node. Let me just review them one more time. That's not the one to review. This one is here. 0, 1. Blah, blah, blah. Looks good. Some pie. Hmm. There we go. Much better. Maybe. This is struggling. It's so strange to me that I don't see a lot of these errors in Blender. Usually I feel like I'm able to catch those kinds of things. Hmm. All right. Why is it like this? It looks great here. Let's put in the UVs. Still doesn't reveal to us the issues we're seeing. Hmm. Only okay. So it is definitely a texturing issue. It's just far more apparent with a normal map. Normal map is where this UV issue really stands out. Right now we're doing this body normal proximity blend. That is the kind of issue we're seeing, these little triangles. When I do this, it seems to get rid of those. So we see one there, a few up here, which would be this little spot. It does not seem to solve all of them, some of them. So not a great solution. Let's try data transfer. This didn't seem to work earlier, so hopefully it's a better results. Fascinating. It's because they're getting like wrapped around. Still getting errors. Hmm. At least we can see the issue now. It's always a good first step. This is the issue right here, this triangle. Apparently this is the one the issue occurs on. I'm not going to delete it. I will disable it. We're back to where we started. Can't fault. Export. Just compiling. Please let this be the fix. Please, 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 please. All right, well, it doesn't seem to be exploding anymore, so that's good. Which UV map is this glow on? And special effects, no parallax. Get rid of the mask. So that means it's everywhere now. This mask is on UV2. Okay. So close. So far. Right. All right. Let's open up the shader. Let's drop this to here. Let's make sure it's set to UV2. This would actually be the second one. Wait. Would it be though? No. They're 1, 2. Just like I thought, these should be pretty good. Ah, but the pattern's not moving along the UV2, is it? Frustrating. I think what we'll do is rather than sampling directly and causing that weird rotational, or where we'd get the back faces sampled. Really don't want to do that. We could try bounding it where the end samples, or we just get the bounding, sample the nearest from those points, minimum, maximum. An annoyance. Wouldn't that be nice? It's really sad that it distorts it so much. Makes sense too, because the parallax is based on the normal, which can be flipped with the UVs, so see why that would happen. Okay, here's what's going to happen. We're going to cry, begin to make a new geonode. So we'll do before the mirror, after the subdivision. We're going to sample an object. We get the bounding box here. And what we want to determine are the vertical bounds length. So that would be the UVY value. We're going to sample your surface. First with the minimum. And the maximum. We're going to get UV map position. Once we have that, we're going to map the range of our own UV map. Choose which UV map it is. And there we go. We'll map it with itself. Oops. Vector. Okay. We need a stat. Yes, we'll just want the value. That's going to go into our minimum, maximum. It's a little confusing, but I'm actually going to flip them again. Seems like GeoNodes prefers to have minimum above. So let's just make sure we're thinking about it the same way. Minimum, maximum. And then we'll combine XYZ. We're only mapping this one value, so it'll be boom, 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 back vector. Sample the object. Should be able to see that. We're not sampling the object at all. So we get the attribute, we go, hey, what is our current range, minimum, maximum? Ah, see. Here. I'd stretch the X there. So it is already the same vector. We're just putting it right back. Only altering the Y value. This would be an X value. Oh, I guess it's just getting squished. Squish. And let's just say after the mirror, it's a little hard to see, but we can see that the green is matching there. Could try shrinking the X too. Let's not. Sampling on the minimums. Ooh. Min max. We actually can do the same thing for the other value. The X, that is. I wish you could just pass the attribute you're sampling directly through this. Wouldn't that make a ton of sense? Too much sense. Getting some significant stretch in the middle there. Is that because we're clamping? Yes. We'll disable clamping. Good, that's a relief. Okay, last one. So from our geometry, we get these min and max values. use this. Boom, vector. We get the average value. And here, get that same average value. So we want to go from where we are to, and so we'll take mean, subtract from the mean here. This is the vector. We would then add 2. Our UV map to give the same average position. And you know what? I'm just going to be able to add this because I'm lazy. And that lets me just offset it out. So all I really wanted there was to get it pretty darn close. It's already in the D. No, that's exactly what I want. I would want. Oh, it is upside down. Numbers are, no, numbers are legible. A, B. Hmm. They need to be flipped. We'll do one more. This might not be exactly. The B is up here. B8. B8. So we sample the nearest surface. I think we're actually going to do sample nearest. We'll do point. offset I did was a little too much. And that will be a nice touch. Loading. Okay. Crying. Let's see how this does. Ugh. All right, it matches a little bit better. Okay, a few more updates. I am just merciless to myself. Oh, this one. Do 60. Oh, that alone probably is the entire cause of all the messed up normals and seams is the direction that the seam is in on these objects. A little harder time telling which one is the seam. They helped a decent amount. Just better off matching it exactly one-on-one. Um, no, sounds like I did make the right move. Should change the name. Yeah. All right, one more. But Loaded. Now that the normals are facing the correct way, that the seam is, what if we can snap it into place a bit better? Just love to get rid of this difference here. What's wrong? It's crunch right there. It's just so sad. Just too justy. shipped sometime today, computer. Definitely worth it at some level. Look how seamless that is, except for all these corners up here. It's basically just stretch. This is a single pixel that's getting stretched. Basically what it is. Across an entire triangle. I just don't understand why like that it should be better than that. I really haven't had problems with this mapping like this before. So that's this one right here. Just don't understand why it's so crunchy. Nearest face interpolated. No difference there. This is kind of weird, but what if we took our strands, we disabled subdivision, if I do the subdivision beforehand, it's pretty close, but we still are actually a little off, but we don't have those really crunchy problems. So that might be the best solution currently. Still quite odd to me overall how this is kind of happening in the first place. That looks better. It's still busted. Okay, let's try that. Once again, do a little dance. Pixie, what are you doing? Are you eating my fruit bar? Where's my fruit bar? Send a selfie, Pixie. Selfie time, Pixie. Oh, hi, Pixie girl. Are you rolling around? You rolling around? What are you doing? Being a goofy little Kit Kat. You're gonna fall. Fall. I'm calling you out. Calling you out. Now. Gonna head off now. Have a nice rest of your day. Same to you, Arctic 20 minutes ago. Whoopsies. Appreciate it, Arctic. If you ever hear this again, future. Hope you have an amazing one. Damn, that's really just not as high quality as I would like. Still getting issues. Are you sleepy, Pixie? Are you sleepy? Are you sleepy, kitty cat? Yes, you are. Let's try. This one's looking pretty good. Just takes so long to update. Might be good to just close and open the project every now and then. What are you doing, Pixie? Oh, Pixie's so big now. Growing up so quick. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. That's probably as good as it's gonna get. Interesting. I think we would not have had so much trouble with that if it wasn't for our anisotropic shader here, because it gives this big rim here, this highlight. You can see it kind of get stuck there because it's based on the UV map. Or the aniso on the tail. Love how it looks on the hair. Fixing my hands falling asleep. Now, we want to mask it out. We want to make our color red. Means yes, we do want red, I believe. I'm not using it for anything. So, but we would also want to be masked out on the blue channel. That's good. So the red is perfectly fine here for our store vertex color. I believe we have it here as well. Doesn't really matter where we put it. Sorry, it's here. My arm fall asleep. Okay, so that's all fine. Then we want to look at the hair then. Which we do have some vertex colors on. No. Hair vertex. We can just add to this one then, because for the color, we'd like this is very close, but not exactly what we want. We'd like to store that again. The color on base corner. What color? And will be this color, except that we're going to separate the color in it. So slow. So slow. And blue will be 1. And that way we still get the fall off that we require for the other channel, but now the mask is full blue, and we can save. And we can once again recompile. It's welcome. Ooh. Boom. Now we can put the 4B texture or mask back. Much better. So we got the strands on the hair, the knot on the tail fur. And I think we'll use that same mask on our anisotropic. That's going to help everything blend a lot nicer. The aniso looks super good on the hair, but it is overblown. The it still looks a little Maybe that's just the light. Da-da-da. It's not the Anissa that's doing that. La, 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 la. You know, funnily, I'd actually be able to use the same. Sure. If we could invert R. There, and we can, can't we? Because we could enable this. We could say G mask subtract. Channel. Okay, so we can actually get the strands on just these ones. It's quite strong. There, ever so slightly. Cool. That all looks quite good. All right, let's add a toggle to that. So that would be RGBA color masking. Looks good. The glow is coming from our parallax, internal parallax here, which doesn't have a very direct way to disable it. Just turn it off this way. Is that off? I think it is still moving. Okay. So let's leave it at 10. Line all around. Per level pan multiplier. Interesting. I don't think we'll do that. Yeah, much better. All right. Overall, good stuff. Like to set that. This. Disable this channel. All right. So what do we animate to get rid of that? It's a great question. We'd have to just turn it off that way. So much waiting on loading. Eight. Interesting. That looks nicer because it gets dark. A little too dark, but it looks like the night sky at that point. It actually literally looks like auroras. There, that one. Maybe still a little too strong. Just go straight to black. A little much. This is pretty good. I still like overlay. Just doesn't look right between the two. All right. See any controls? Disable stuff here. So it must have to come from animating these values. Min depth brightness, and max depth brightness. So that's what we'll do. We'll animate those properties to 0. Why don't we go the other way? We'll leave them starting at 0, and we'll animate them up. That way, we'll give it a little easier way to control. We should be able to do a toggle, we'll say body, or maybe hair, say Aurora. Glow. We'll add it as a slider. We're going to add an action. We're going to do a material property. We use body, the property there. Did we lock in that material? Lock it in. We want here, that. That's the decal. This is the internal parallax here. Max depth, depth brightness. Okay, so that one. Add another property. Body. Hair, depth, min depth brightness. I believe we did like 0.8 and play. Awesome. Cool. Looks beautiful. Really does look like an aurora. Cool. Okay, so now we've got a slider for that glow. We can also put the hood up, put it down, boom, boom. We can open the hoodie, close the hoodie, hoodie off, hoodie on, hoodie off, hoodie on, yeah, yeah. Very good. Okay, I think we're actually done with the tail material now. Whew, that took a bit of doing. Now, let's see. I would like to get some hand gestures onto the character. A few other things as well. to my head directly. Rude. Oh, Kairos, if you're there, we've set up the decal spots so that we can project later when you want. You can add a decal to the object. But it actually needs a quick change. Can I not click these? No, I cannot. Got rid of this, the hair clipping, or hoodie clipping. We didn't fix the ears though. Ears are still not looking super great right here. Yeah, I can kind of see it a little bit, but it's not the normal that's doing that. This looks like an actual texturing issue. And it totally could be because we're actually using here to transfer the data. It gets quite jagged due to the masking work. And we're doing that to the fur tufts on the head. This one, that if we adjust mask a little bit, we'll see some texture changes. We totally do. A little too many. Say 0.5. Both of them. Let's actually do flat. It's not the worst for the texture, so we'll say, then we'll duplicate it, make a bigger one. And on these, okay, we don't need to do that. That should fix our jagged texture here. We also wanted to add a little detail on the nose. Get a nostril in there if we can. Do that. We'll go to body high poly. Let's go to layout. I need one. No, it looks good. Yeah, let's leave that alone. So the hoodie decals. Ear tough normals fixed. Hair slash ear. Wait, we fixed that. That was not the issue I thought it was. Okay. Stuff. Double check. Discord. Just search this folder. So create a script for Blender that searches for the a modifier named ref and makes it to let that run in the background. And then back to here. Let's look at some hand gestures on this one. All right, Pixie, I gotta move you. Sorry. Excuse me. Excuse me. Up. Thank you. Too warm. La 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 la. Black inner ear fluff. Let's make a list. La 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 la. Five, 12, 10. The facial tracking, is that something else I need for it to? Let's try. And 8 pads, flat, maybe like half. Okay, so question mark. And 8 pads, flatter, smaller. Start at the tips of the fingers. Base for shape. Definitely matching what's on the reference there. Okay, base for back. Hoodie's fine. That today. Color off. Flip part comes to a point on both sides. I see. Top spike should be black. So chest pattern. Inner ear fluff. Okay. Middle. Two blocks FOV when crouch goes over the eyes. That should be fixed because we're tracking. Okay. And then, okay, that should be our next set of things to check off. Like a structure, different color change. Dude. Can you move your... Oh, thank you. All right, let's start with the hand and feet pads. We just want them to be flatter. Smaller too. That should work a lot nicer. Sampling the normals, so that's all good. Maybe just a little bit flatter one more time. Yep. Now for the foot bean. A little bit smaller. Right, I can live with that. So that should be good with those. And in feet pads flatter, check. All right. Now the tricky one, claws here. Honestly, these claws are a bit. I need a better method for adjusting my UV maps and things like that. Get rid of this. Definitely gonna have to just adjust this whole claw if we want it to be on the front. And we'll move these all together. We got something like this. On all these, we can get rid of our transform. May have wanted this to correct the UVs. Pretty good. Now for the fun part, we're going to add on to these geometry input. So move it up to the top. Sample these. Relative space, replace original. And we'll copy to selected. So now, we've got that. Um, basically need like a main claw. So what we'll do is duplicate, take the original, call this claw and source. Move that up to body components. Say new. Body source objects. In here. Okay. Then we have this one object right at 0 on here. That's where it's hanging out. Well, actually, you know what? It does not have to be down there. We just leave it right there. Get rid of the mirror. Get rid of the armature modifier. Now, this one, we'll copy the modifiers. That. Boom. So now, this one, we also have that same geometry input. There we go. So this is actually our source object. We can keep it wherever we want. It's got its own origin, so pretty easy to set that back to 0 if we need. Now we can change this shape. They all change and update to match it. What are the main issues we're going to have? The main issues we're going to have with this are Make sure our UV maps for them are still separate. That'll be interesting. You have a good idea of how to do that. Basically, take them, map them. If they all have the same results, then we just delete them. Wow. No, we'd want to include them in the main map. La, la, la. See, and this is the way I will work moving forward. I never will work without some sort of source object that just sits alone in its Platonic collection, unbothered by how its derivative versions are being used. Because destructive operations are a sin. They're a sin. Hmm. Okay. So what are we doing? Prime, prime. All these vertex groups, we're going to rename these to main weight.l and dot. We don't need to worry about that at all. Because I should be able to do store attribute, not its own mod. Program Sam. Get with the program. Store point load. We really need like a full store attribute. And switch through all of them. Doesn't matter. So store named attribute. Now it'll just be a float point. We can choose the name and we can choose the value. That's the whole enchilada. Now, what we want to store are the groups we have right here. One. And we'll actually rename this to store attribute L. Duplicate it. Store attribute R. Name that to R. And we just need to make sure that the armature is last and the mirror is before that. Very important, we have the mirror on one side. Nothing. Should work. Didn't work there. Store attribute. Float point. That's just a standard vertex group. Okay. Let's do a quick test down here. Hello, Vampros. Welcome. Welcome back. Did I just name the thumb group wrong? No. Just additional thumb groups would want to be thumb 2, right? No, we'd want to be thumb 2, I'm pretty sure. Yes. Thumb 2, yes. That's the issue. C underscore thumb 2.r is still red. Should be just red on one side. But that means it is working. We just probably forgot to remove the values here. Store, yes. The right side, this is the left side. Just want that. Perfect, that should work. Okay. Now I need to do this for all these other ones, so select these. Bada boom. We'll go ahead and copy the modifiers. And on this one, we'll switch it to index. Copy. Paste. And 2.l. Copy that. .r. And lastly, pinky. Boom. Save. All right, good stuff. Wondering if you did any tutorials on Go Go Loco, or how to add it to an avatar? Okay, they're all on this same island here. That really is the only downside. I'm gonna do that, but I want to replace the animations. They look so meh. The crawl and sit at AFK. So basically, what you would need is a custom you need a custom locomotion or base layer right there. So VRChat, if you go to your packages, VRChat has a template one right here. VRC Avatar V3 Locomotion Layer. And you can just duplicate that if you want. I already have one of them in here. A little locomotion animator. There, locomotion animator. Bam. It looks like this. It's pretty simple. Each one of these is a blend tree. And usually I also duplicate the blend trees too. So those are in the same spot. You can see them right here. Blend trees. Boom. And you can duplicate those. Bring the duplicates into your files. And then replace these ones. Otherwise, it's going to use the default one. What I would do, for example, on Orion's locomotion layer is once I have my own blend trees right here, ready to go, I would just replace them. So replace the standing, boom, replace the crouching, boom, and replace the prone, boom. Okay. And so now it uses the standard VRChat logic for how to switch between all those different poses. And if we actually click on the blend tree, we can see we have a bunch of animations that they're blending through. Just like before, what you could do is find, in this case it's missing, but you find all the standing still motions, such as this one, proxy stand still. You can click on them, copy it, and then put it back into your own data, because these are like the default ones. So you just duplicate it, take the duplicate into your files, and then just swap out that spot in your blend tree. So blend tree crouching, for example, I have my crouch still, and I'm just going to add it right there. I have my prone still right there, and my standing still right there. Bada boom. And you can leave the rest the same. If you can go as complicated as you want with this. Generally, people just want to change the standing and the poses rather than the animation. So you just replace the still one. And then I have my little test animator that I always am using when I want to animate things. So I just drag my test animator, boom. I click, I click, I click 1,000,000 billion times. There we go. And then we can drag all the still animations out to here. Stand still, low crawl still. Oh, that's right. Stand still. Oh. So now that I've added them to the test animator that is currently on my character in the editor, I can click them. We can preview these animations. So let's see. Crouch, still. Not too bad for this character. Low crawl still. That's going to be pretty good. And stand still, which I actually don't like, because the arms kind of come down a little too far. So to change that, we can actually just find arm down, kind of push it out a little. Down. There we go. Now the arms aren't pushing into the chest anymore. But you can go in and tweak that to your heart's content. Oh, and then the last thing you need to do is add your locomotion layer that you made onto the base. That's the kind of quick and easy way to do it. Well, I don't know about, hopefully that's pretty straightforward to follow. But you can always check out the YouTube. This video will be backed up on YouTube. It's 1:32 right now, so if you just want to check the time, you can always reference this later. That's kind of how you do it. Pixie, get out of my trash can. Hey. No. Can you flopping? Flopping. He's bored. He's a bored baby. Ended up using the download Golo from Booth. Last night I stayed up late working on my VTuber to convert her for VR. I'm not sure if you're using Warudo. If you are, you should Google VR chat Warudo converter, because there is one. Oh wait, no, that goes from VR chat to Warudo, so maybe not super relevant. Alrighty. Let's do a quick compile of the character. See if these fingers are looking correct in a second. Damn, day is flying by. All right. Not quite. So this one, storing an attribute L. value. We're storing this one as 0, and then we're trying to use the mirror modifier to take advantage of the duplication. But that may not work unless we actually have the groups in here. That's a lie. We can see that we already have those groups. So if the mirroring was going to work, it would have worked there. It is not. So here's what we'll do instead. We'll go to GeoNodes. Switch. Actually, we'll switch the Boolean values. So if position x less than so oh my god. It's just so fucking laggy. Um, all right. So this first switch is to select x. What? Fuck? Hello, Riso. Welcome. I'm doing good. Surviving. Minute. That won't quite work, will it? Because it's going to use the local axis. Geometry nodes is cooking my brain. But I've been doing good, Arisa. How about yourself? Question, did I accidentally break a rule in your DC server? Because I saw the preview images of the product I'm working on that I posted on your server were deleted. Not that I'm aware of, but there is some sort of like auto bot I have in there, so perhaps perhaps it's being a little heavy with the ban hammer. So I'll double check that. Damn, so vertex groups, created vertex groups don't work with the mirror mod. That is rough. I feel like it should. Mirror vertex groups. Do I want to see the thumbnails? Sure. Let's see. Ah. Look out there. What? What are you whining about, huh? Goofy. Boofy. Goofy boofy. Hey, you're in the way. I gotta work. Literally standing on my keyboard. Boom. Hey, very cool. Like the branding, very polished. Very well done, Arisa. I like all the different poses too. That must have taken a while. Ugh. Didn't take as long as I thought. It was just tedious. 9 avatars I had to work on. Yeah, that's the tedious part. The tedious aspects are always the ones that really get me. Decision making is the single most important ability on this. 100%. I learned my lesson. I'm going to make outfits compatible with 4 avatars whenever I make one. Then only in the future I'll make them compatible with more if I have time, of course. It's horrible OMG, and even when I had a lot of the work automated, it was a lot. Still, I can't imagine. That's a crazy amount of work. I think I do have. Yeah. Okay, good. So we will continue our work on separating this. We'll say mirror or a flip. Switch. That's what I mean to say. Ah, Pixie. Okay. So now we have if it's less than 0 on the world position. Then we can also add a switch here for the actual vector. It's the same logic. I'll add this to the input. Now I just need to sync the FBX settings for all the FBXs of this outfit, and also make sure that Poyomi Tune and Poyomi Pro don't F me over when importing the products. They want buyers see a broken shader when they put the outfit avatar. Yeah, I do wish it was a little bit easier to... I don't like the Uber shader folder that's required. It's like, if it's meant to be such a generally used shader, can we have like an easier way of passing it around? I know there's the pro version, but it still feels like a big pain. But, okay. Okay, so first switch is world position. Use world position. How to make my ecosystem of tools work with each other. My prefab variant automation tool now handles making product variants for our outfit. For example, it looks red, I can make a green variant or a snow red or green variant. So automatically swap materials, create the prefabs in one go. I say you on Discord. Very cool. Yeah, automation seems to be the thing to do. Definitely the thing to do, because there's just so many. The amount of labor for this stuff is crazy. But I'm excited to see your outfit. Switcher, prefab creator, automator. How do you say it? And one more switch. Use world position. Invert selection. Here. Select. Okay. Boom. This is the order. So first we would want to look at the one where we have selected. We have our geometry. Try this one. We have our geometry. Here's the value. And if we mirror select, shouldn't see anything getting assigned. Oh, no, I'm grabbing the value. I need the selection. Okay. So use world position, invert selection. Good. My magnum opus, to be honest. The reason is this tool is the reason why I would make this outfit to begin with. Otherwise, what took 1 month would take 3. Well, yeah, I've been doing a lot of geonodes and stuff because the more proceduralism and automation I've been incorporating, the more it's just like my intention can go so much farther. That feels good. You should definitely be putting your tools up for sale. I think people would really throw a lot of money at that, especially if you focused on like VTuber to VR chat stuff. Let me visualize that one more time. I click and I click and I click and it just does not want to do the thing it's supposed to do. Thank you. Only took 1 billion years. Made it. So this would set it for everything. This sets it to just the positive side. So if we have mirror selection on, only selecting that side. That, and we invert the selection. We wanted to use world position. This should be black now. Well, I know this could be flipped all the way around. Yeah, that's about how I'd expect it. This one's a little bad. Is that another switch? Cool. Here. This one will use the switch. Get rid of the vector switch. We'll simply deconstruct these. I wanted to do that. GeoNodes disappointed me on something, by the way, or maybe I didn't find a good approach what I wanted to make, but I think I was using Blender 4.3. Maybe in Blender 5 it's possible. I just wanted to select a bunch of verts, subdivide them, then select the faces, make part of, and triangulate that. That should be doable. There's a triangulate node in 4.5 that was not there before, I believe. Subdivision's a little tricky on just like an island selection. Because you'd have to, if you use a subdivision surface, it's gonna break some connections. All right. So we mirror the selection, invert that selection. This world position. Invert. Okay, that looks correct now. That is what I was expecting to see. After the geonode. Oh, gotcha. So you could get pretty close to this with a bevel modifier. Because you can do a edge selection, bevel, and then use a weld modifier as the second modifier to connect everything. And you can even use the vertex groups with your weld modifiers. So that'd probably be what I use for just like a little edge loop. But if you're doing something more complicated than that, like subdividing sections of a character or something, that then geonodes are probably better. But they don't have a bevel node yet, and I don't know what it is, but apparently it's an extremely hard node to add. Like everyone's been requesting it for about 1 billion years now, and they still haven't come out with a bevel geometry node, which is a little sad. I want to be able to visualize this too. Do delete geometry base. Switch. To switch the bool. So we either delete nothing or our selection. And we'll put that there, and we'll say delete selected portion. Okay. So that way I can actually tell which part of it I'm using. Okay. Good. What is a bevel node? So bevel is a modifier in the stack here. So you can add subdivisions. So if you have a cube, subdivision will subdivide it smaller. I meant to do this. You can subdivide it smaller. And then with bevel, it basically cuts the edges, it like trims the edges here. So slightly different operation, similar in a way. But so when you bevel, you're kind of taking the edges and cutting them, like slicing them off, or maybe sanding them down if you want a physical metaphor. Whereas subdivision does like the whole thing. All right, but now I can put the mirror like this. And we can say mirror select. So we're deleting just that side. World selection. If you notice, this is just the end of the sleeve, and I want to subdivide that and triangulate it so I have more vertex so the clothes look better fit in the avatar. It's complicated to explain in just text. No, I see what you mean. Yeah, like, oh, the sleeve is just a little too jagged. I'm gonna bevel just the edge loop at the end rather than doing the full character, increasing the entire resolution on the character. Mm. Let's try just this, I guess. I thought this was really going to help world position. Might not be using it properly. Wait, this is original. How would that give us? Gotcha. This is the original stuff. Maybe what I need to do is add the offset vector and separate. Hello, Kabar. Welcome. Wouldn't it just be location? Isn't that the world position right there? Just subtracting it? No, I guess technically still need to scale and divide it. Damn. Why isn't that? Off cam but not muted, yeah. Struggling with geonodes, as usual. But this offset vector might work better. I should be able to just do a dot product with the position. Okay, well, it definitely is the world position. Deleting it right there. So that's, wait. Bring the input geometry location. So you shouldn't be able to affect that. Discovered a few things about Hack Island's functionality, specifically the margin method and the margin value. Okay. What about it? Okay, yeah, now it's back to, I would want it to be original. Let me see this really quick. I took input and I said set position. What happens? Okay. Interesting. Damn. Fraction on the other side, make sure all islands get the same distance regardless of their size. This obviously takes a lot of space for a lot of small islands, but with smaller number of islands, this works like a charm. Okay, heck yeah. Been doing a lot more auto unpacking these days. Start reading above. Turns out sweet spot for margin values 0.004. That way there'd be like an 8-pixel gap between the islands. Okay. I've definitely farted around with all the different options before. They have a new conformal mapping, or like stretches the unwrapped object. That one's really cool. Wish they had like a combo one. Okay, here, I have a better idea. Instead of store, we will swap. We'll swap a value. Yes, this will work better. Okay. So geonode swap attribute. Looks like store named attribute. And then do name attribute. So this will be new attribute name, old attribute name. And we just put the value in there. And remove the old one. Okay, this should work much better. Because what we can do is it's already been mirrored, so it's mirrored these groups. Or actually it's mirrored. There's a better way to select. But I know it's there because we have the source object. The groups there are named nothing. We would have to name them here. Say, wait, L, copy, and source. So we're grabbing those weights, making sure to assign maximum value right there. So 1 gets it. Those groups should be in there. Just in case. Object. Transfer. Mesh data. Vertex groups. All layers. Okay, so now they all have it. Boom, boom. And we have the old attribute name. This one will be L. The UV reproject feature from Substance Painter is such a godsend, OMG. There's a reprojection in Substance? That's cool. Can't remember what it does. Sounds very useful though. So let you just edit the UVs afterwards. Use different UV maps for the fill layers that you use. Okay. I see that. Like little decals and stuff. Very cool. This one. I'm clicking. And copy modifiers. Not going to do any more until I first test it. Yeah, I've tried to make a better UV map, and then you reuse your. Ah, gotcha. Okay, that is awesome. That is really cool. I've been avoiding painting in Substance now. Like for this character here, I've just been doing um, all my patterns and stuff on in here in the viewport attribute. So you can kind of see it. It's a lower subdivision level than what we export. But basically I make them with geometry, and then we just do an ID map in order to bring in the details and stuff. I've been enjoying that. There's some challenges with it, but it is nice to have most of the decision making in Blender. Well, I appreciate that. It's all good to go, like everything that I've used to make this character is in here. Part of it is insanity. I'm honestly the last few weeks I've been just obsessing over geometry now. It's been really hard for me to look away from it because I like it so much. Even now, still using it, of course. Just too useful. I feel like every amount of time I invest in geometry nodes, it yields dividends. Also go crazy with some stuff. Don't get me wrong, my collections are also crazy. I've been thinking that I really should be trying to use linked libraries more, where it's like none of my source objects for like the claws or beans or teeth or whatever are even in my main file. But I don't know. That seems a little over the top. Maybe if I made like a library of stuff, assets, then that might be better. Made a tool called prepare for low poly mesh, which basically grabs mesh, instance it twice, rename those instances, put a suffix on them, high underscore cage. Lastly, adds a subsurf modifier on the high one. And a cage one also gets a subdivision, just plus my expert modifier, and organizes them in different collections. Heck yeah. Well, if you are upgrading to Blender 5, I think you'll definitely enjoy the new modifier that comes default, which is geometry input. So it's kind of like instancing, but you're sampling with geonodes instead, which is nice because then it doesn't break like instancing can. Very cool. Organization. Organization. Yeah, so for my low poly now for the eyelash, I have my eyebrow and eyelash and stuff. They're all just normal objects. Do my stuff to them. And then in the high poly version, it's basically the same thing, but it samples it. So this geometry node input looks at the low one, grabs it, and then you can add subdivisions and all that jazz. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right. We're almost there. Looks like we messed up a few of them. Two of them. But overall, we have found the solution, which is good. Oh, this is the high poly. Underscore middle. Maybe, oh, it should be middle 2. Guessing this one is also missing a number. 2L, LR. Boom, boom. I'll be back after I'm back. I want to ask you a question about geonodes. Sounds good? All right. I'm pretty confident those are going to bake properly now. Let's move on to the next task, which is going to be the fur tufts on the head. So we need a few more of these ones right here. What we'll do is duplicate, turn on the ears, kind of scoot them forward a little bit. And on this one, we'll say sampling the full ear. So laggy. So laggy. Heck, my question is about making a geonode that joins multiple meshes into one object. Say I have an object that is actually composed of multiple objects, and I want to join them together using geonodes. Okay. You could definitely combine them. I already made that, but I have a problem. The weight paints do not get transferred. I don't use data transfer because it doesn't automatically create the layers. Gotcha. So the main bug with using data, like vertex groups that you know are in the data, but like, so let's say, got a cube, and we got this other cube. I'm gonna add a subdivision on this one. And if here we use that geometry input, so we're sampling it. In order to get the vertex group from this one, you just have to have a similarly named one. So example, sign. Let's add a displace here. And if we obviously don't have one, we would just have to add it with the same name. Don't like that. I wanted to so that geonodes automatically created them if needed. Unfortunately, there is not really a way to do that. What I've been doing is just kind of what you said before, is using a data transfer modifier. I don't necessarily use the data transfer for anything. I just have it there, so I have the generate data layers. So I could go like, hey, this is the original object, and I just want to update mine with the vertex group, and you get it. And that's pretty much it. Boop. a little floof right there. Let's just curve them a little wee bit. But yeah, other than that, there's really isn't a way to automatically tell the modifiers like, hey, this group is actually here in your geometry. It only works if you're just using another geometry node. So it's only the standard modifiers that lose track of it. So you could just make a new geometry node, but then you have your whole set of new geometry nodes, and it gets a little chaotic. Yeah, I do think that geometry nodes are still very much in a work in progress state. There's a lot of good usefulness coming out of them, but yeah, just some really weird annoyances. I think the one that bugs me the most right now is it's like what's a shape key? Shape key is literally a vector attribute on points. You can store those in geometry nodes, but on export, it doesn't convert them. It doesn't convert them to shape keys, even though that would be the easiest thing to do. Not gonna lie, they need to make a geonode that is a script node or something. That would be pretty cool. I know they're coming out with a math function, but not the same thing. Being able to execute code on the nodes is their saving. So yeah, I don't disagree. Oh wait, do you mean that you can actually execute code already, or are you saying that would be the saving grace? All right, so we've got the nail shape taken care of. Let's just send a screenshot of that to the client. No note for that. Unfortunately, I'll say that the saving grace. Yeah, 100%. That would be amazing. That's what I want. That's what I want. Take my leave now, Sam. It was nice to talk to you. Same to you. I have lunch and finally, once and for all, publish. Well, enjoy your publishing. Fun chatting with you, Ariso. And we'll catch you sometime soon. Bye, Ariso. Bye. Bye. I guess I could try just exporting it as is, see how it all comes out, and then decide if I want to update it all. Let's turn off simplify. Let's save first. Turn off simplify. Gotcha. This one, referencing the wrong object now. There we go. Save. And you know what? Sorry. Before I do that, we do need to update our stuff right here. So the chest pattern needs missing the black on the inner ear fluff. Line goes down the middle. Color part comes to a point on both sides, and then the top spike should be all black. So this one, take this. Interesting. I have that set to volume, set to face. So there we go. Now we've got a nice little point coming in here. Okay, so point on the shoulder. And then let's fill in this section so it kind of smooths. It's not like this sharp angular dealio we've got going. We'll do this, we'll extrude, crank that down, cut it, wrap it, decrease, wrap, crease again. Put a punch there, that's fine. Okay, that looks better. Nice and clean. And that should mean that our little fur tuft on the body needs to be. No, actually, that's fine. Boom. 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 Export all collections. Oh, wow. Let it load. Okay. Okay. Telling me my hard drive's too full. Yeah. Interesting. You have a decent amount of space. So what should we do? Let's go to Downloads. It's really not that much. About our recycle bin. Is that enough? Huh. Recommend current cache location is here. Recommend free some space. Temp settings. Temporary files. Continue. We'll just put this the new folder. Substance cache. Select. Okay. Yes. All right. Painter. Orion body. This is the main change right here. Shift Control R. Are these claws? Get they moved? Let's lower the shenanigans. Something looks very wrong. I guess it doesn't look that wrong. Okay. Pretty good. Pretty good. Our mirrored claws did not survive very well. Everything else looking fucking exceptional though. And it pleases and tickles me so much that I don't have to reduce. You all would not believe how much work it usually takes to redo that. Okay, so the issue is that on the low poly, claws need to be remapped. So what we'll do, so make plane. Very small plane. Go to go to UV editing, UV editing. Pretty close. We'll say close enough. All right. Then we'll make 4 more. Let's rename them first. We'll call this UV proxy flaw thing. Index. Ring. Oh, sorry, that should be middle. Ring. I have too many. All right, so they're all roughly the same size. So let me see this real quick. Zone I. Cool. So now I know I have asset browser, UV map, is it remap? Scale UV map to new bounding box. Scale UV map to target UV map bounds. That sounds pretty close to what we wanted, but it is not what we want. Okay, this won't be too bad. Said Sam. Okay. Match UV map bounds to object UV map. Objects UV map. Okay. So what we want to do, store a named attribute. Our favorite attribute, a vector on the face corners, and called UV map. All right. So this is what we're storing. And it turns out it's also what we're looking up from our other object. We want the stats on this vector so we can get the attribute. Vector, this goes here. Okay. And what we're going to do is take in that attribute. Sure. We're going to map range for this vector. The min and max is going to be our new min and max. The vector is going to be our own attribute. This is what we're mapping. Let's see what that did right off the bat. So if we had this one, match backgrounds. So we have the name, we get the object we're looking for. We're sampling it. If we're looking at this one, we do see a little tiny smidgeroon right there. I think what we're missing are our initial values. So just like the sampled object, we're also going to need some stats for our main object. It'll be from the same attribute. And we're just taking this min-max there. Okay. Like we should be seeing. Oh, min. Accidentally put in sum, which a little tricky. Okay. So I think for all of these, I'm just gonna kind of shrink them just a little bit on the X. All right, so we've got one here that is now matching. Beautiful. That is exactly what we want. And let's actually copy it, paste it, and then copy the selected. It's so laggy. All right, so now got these UV map objects. They're working great. This is actually a really cool node. We could also introduce some stuff like margins if we wanted to. I don't. So now that we've done that, these objects new one. I guess body source is an appropriate collection already, so we'll put them right there. But we'll enable those. And we'll put a new collection here. UV proxies. All right. Now we just go to UV editing and select everything, tab, and we can see where everything's going to end up. How useful is that? It's kind of annoying, but I hope everything's on the first UV map. So we can select everything, hit A, U, something like packing, pack islands, scale, no rotate. 0.01. Cool. Shouldn't be separate. These two are in the same spot. Which ones are these? These must be the toes. We're missing you. So index, this one should be middle. Ring. Pinky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, beautiful. So now we can turn off our projects, take the whole character, save, and export this collection again. And for pretty much all my claws, all my teeth moving forward, I'm going to use that exact same method I just did, where we can set an attribute on it beforehand or use a data transfer. We have the UVs kind of, we can have our little proxy for the UVs because those things are so annoying to map a lot of the time. But that should work. We'll go here, we'll refresh that mesh. Everything's going to break. Gorgeous. All right, just make sure the claws are selected. I mean, to toot my own horn, but that is something that would have taken a lot longer in the past. And I still have my setup where it's sampling a source object, so changes to that one object will propagate into these objects. They'll be vertex weighted appropriately. The UV maps will update appropriately. Fuck. Definitely need to send the updated version in there, of course. We also want to know. It said there was like a line on the chest. I don't see anything there. Also, I'm gonna go soon. La, la, la. Notice the color's off. The color part comes to a point both sides. Oh, that's fine. So, I definitely see it in the screenshot. I don't see it here, so maybe we fixed it. I did increase the margins. That is a good chance of being a margin issue. All right, then we'll consider both done. Middle line done. Chest pattern, we did update. It's got that little spike now. Oh. Oh, I see what he means. That is a different color. The upper spike, color part comes in. Top spike should be all black or all the. And we'll do this. Attribute colors. You can see it is just very slightly different. But not anymore. We'd only need to rebake the ID, but I'll do everything. Save. I never even got to the expressions today. But pretty much done with everything else. Base for back. So move that back. Chest pattern. We just updated that. We added the inner ear fluff. That spike I had mentioned. I'm going to save this. Make sure our textures are exported. Back to Blendor. We're going to reopen this file. Crunchy. Strange. It's the first UV map. We shouldn't be seeing anything like that. Unless we're selecting the wrong map. Gotcha. Frustrating. There really should be an option to select the same UV map on all objects. Frustrating. This one's not broken, it's just not the wrong thing. Must be crossing over the scene. Maybe going forward would actually help more. Okay. Scales good. You know what we'll do? This one will be for shoulder UV. Orion. My eyes. perfect, but very useful. We'll do the same with these ones. Well, we're doing it, but a bit of a slog now. It's always so tough at the end. Face further back. Okay, that's the last one to do. Other than the face tracking and expression tracking. Do this one at a time. And that's why we do a modifier stack. We can make those changes. Look at it clack. Where is this little way too pointed? Literally. All right, we'll consider that done. Face for back. Boom. Now let's take a quick examination of the body and hoodie. Stats wise, only 67,000, so we shouldn't be going over on our upload. We have enough. More than enough. Update. I'll be right back when we go to the restroom. And then we'll check it out in Unity. And then I gotta go. So yeah, I just gotta go. Sorry, everyone. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for hanging out. I gotta get on the road right away. So sign off real fast. But Ariso, Arctic, Snardum, if you're out there, anyone that is lurking, Kabar, Fox Gamer, anyone at all. Fanfris. Hope you all have an amazing day. And I'll catch you soon. Catch you tomorrow for Thursday.